Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu,
Recording
Namo
in
Buddhaya,
progress.
Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 5th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Cultures, the 5th ICHELAC, organized by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu Paulus Ruteng. My name is Indra Susanto, and it is my distinct honor to be your Master of Ceremonies for the first day of this esteemed conference conducted virtually through Zoom. Our conference theme this year is Transforming Humanities Education through Technology, Language, Cultural, and Spiritual Values to promote sustainable societies in the digital age. We are thrilled to have distinguished speakers, researchers, educators, and participants from various institutions joining us today to share knowledge and foster collaboration. To commence our event, let us begin by the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please prepare yourselves as we honor our nation by singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. To bless our conference and invoke divine guidance for our conference, we invite Ms. Maria Olga Jelimun, MPD, to lead us in the opening prayer. To Ms. Maria Olga Jelimun, the screen is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads and lift up our hearts in prayer. Allow me to lead this prayer in Catholic faith. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts as we gather from many nations and cultures for this international conference. Thank you for this opportunity to meet, to learn, and work together in the spirit of unity and peace. Lord, send your Holy Spirit to guide our discussions, enlighten our minds, and open our hearts to one another. Help us to listen with respect, speak with wisdom, and act with compassion. May this conference be a space for collaboration, understanding, and growth. May we seek the common good and always honor to the dignity of every person. Bless our efforts, O Lord, and may the week begin bring glory to your name and contribute to a more just, loving, and healing of our university. Because there's through Christ our Lord. And in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Spirit. Amen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Salam.
Lihat nama budaya kalau dan partai. Distinguished guests, our esteemed keynote and invited speakers, both from Indonesia and abroad, the organizing committee of the fifth ICHELAC 2025, respected presenters, scholars, lecturers, students, and participants joining us on site and online. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, warm greetings from the heart of peaceful Tenggara, Simple Catholic University. Let us begin by offering our gratitude to God Almighty for granting us the grace to gather here in this vibrant academic forum, the fifth International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Culture. This conference is not merely an academic gathering. It is a platform for ideas, a space for reflection, and a sacred meeting point of cultures and spiritualities, united by our common mission to transform humanities education in order to foster sustainable societies in this rapidly evolving digital age. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's theme, Transforming Humanities Education through Language, Cultural, and Spiritual Values to Promote Sustainable Societies in the Digital Age, is both urgent and deeply relevant. We are living in an era where technology often outpaces value. The world is being reshaped, redefining human relationships, education, systems, our ways of speaking, and even our ways of believing. Yet, amidst this wave of digital disruption, we firmly believe that humanities education remains the heartbeat of civilization because it is where we learn what it means to be human. Through language, we create meaning. Through culture, we preserve identity. And through spiritual values, we discover direction and purpose. These three pillars, language, culture, and spirituality, bridge the gap between science and humanity, technology and ethics, the past and the future. Honorable participants, as the host of ICHELAC 2025, St. Paul Catholic University of Ruteng stands firm in its commitment to transformative and inclusive education. Here in Flores, we believe that academia must serve humanity, be grounded in local culture, and rooted in a living faith. This is the spirit we hope to share with the world through this conference. Today, we are not only discussing theories and concepts, we are co-creating a new narrative, one of education that transcends numbers and algorithms, and flourishes through human dignity, diversity, and ecological responsibility. I sincerely appreciate your presence, bringing knowledge, experience, and hope from across the globe. Over the next 3 days, may this conference be a space of lively dialogue, lasting collaboration, and enduring inspiration. Let us turn the challenges of the digital era into opportunities to celebrate our shared humanity. Let us nurture language, culture, and faith as foundations of just, peaceful, and sustainable societies. And let us prove that humanities education is not a relic of the past. It is the heartbeat of our shared future. With gratitude and a transformative spirit, I now, in the name of our academic forum here in Universitas Katolik, Santu Paul, St. Paul Ruteng, the fifth international conference on, on humanities, education, language, and culture, ICHELAC 2025, officially open. Thank you. May this conference be a meaningful journey for all, and may God bless us abundantly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony has concluded. We will now proceed to our first plenary session, and our first keynote session features a distinguished expert in the field. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Tobias Gunas, SS MPD. Dr. Gunas will guide us through this session and introduce our esteemed keynote speaker. To Dr. Tobias Gunas, the screen is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera. Good morning, our distinguished keynote speakers, honorable presenters, and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the first session of the keynote presentation on the first day of the 5th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Culture. I am Dr. Tobias Gunas, SSMPD, as the moderator on the first session of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, on these sessions, we are attending to the first keynote presentation under the topic Language Violence and Language Crime in Indonesia. Naturally, language is used as a means of expressing ideas, creating harmony in life, and building a good relationship with others. However, what happens if language becomes violence and crime? Language violence and crime have been increasingly crucial cases in today's digital world, where people are excessively exposed to social media in Indonesia. The trend of hate speech, cyberbullying, defamation, and racism tend to show significant increasing in the last 10 years. Based on the data presented by the Common Info Ministry, language violence and crime are 35% of racism, 40% of pornography, and 60% of defamations. Therefore, it is of great concern to deeply understand language violence and crime in the study of linguistic forensics, which particularly aims to investigate linguistic structures and meaning, providing legal evidence. To pursue this topic, already being with us on the screen, our distinguished keynote speakers. Welcome to Professor Dr. Iwayan Pastike, MS. Hello, Prof.
Hello, Dr. Tobias. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
on the screen. Yeah, welcome on the screen, Prof. Before attending to the presentation, it is an honor for me to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker on the first session of the International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Culture. He is Professor Dr. Iwayan Pastike, MS. He earned bachelor degree in Indonesian language and literary study from Udayana University, Denpasar in 1984. Master degree in linguistics at Graduate Program of Linguistics from Universitas Hasanuddin Makassar in 1990, and doctoral degree, PhD, in linguistics from the Australian National University in 2000. Currently, professor in linguistics at Faculty of Humanities, teaching phonology, syntax, discourse, and linguistic forensic at undergraduate, master, and doctoral program at Udayana University. Prof. Pastike has attended at several international collaborative internship programs, among others, workshop for psycholinguistics at the Max Planck Institute, 2008, a guest lecturer at Monter University, German, 2008, and visiting professors in Osaka University, Japan, in 2019. He has contributed a number of significant academic works in linguistic forensics through publishing articles in international reputable journals, books, keynote speakers on international seminars and conferences, and as expert witness in linguistics so far. Ladies and gentlemen, the mechanisms of this presentation in the sessions, paper presentation will be around 40 minutes, question answer 15 minutes, concluding remark and points 5 minutes, and certificate awarding. Now, Professor Pastike, I respectfully invite you on the screen to present the papers. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tobias Gunas, for your nice introduction, actually. So, Honorable Rector, the Universitas Katolik Indonesia at Ruteng, and the committee of the Fifth International Conference on Humanity and Education and Language. Thank you very much for the invitations. Other distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. Has been mentioned by the moderator, so my topic right now is about linguistic forensics. I think this topic has been developed recently in Indonesia. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's been 15 years it's been developed. It's been developed in Indonesia. So I think right now university need to do more study on the corpus in terms of the linguistic forensic text to develop our theoretical framework and approach on the study. And also, I think to give some help to the law enforcement, because I think the law enforcement now around the world get need some more help from the linguists, especially in relation with the uh, tax violence and crime, so we can give more facts or evidence to do the case in the law process. So first, please let me share my PPT first. Excuse me, can you see my presentation, my PPT, please?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, thank you very much. So my topic is language violence and language crime in Indonesia. So I will present around 8 aspects of my presentation. So would be background and concept and what type of language violence and aspect of language violence, theoretical approach, step to law evidence, and handling the case of Undang-Undang ITE, and conclusion. So my background to choose this topic, as you probably well known. So right now we have been facing lots of law case related to linguistic violence and linguistic crime. It's developing intensively and extensively since the advent of digital media. Second, the linguistic violence and linguistic crime. So I call it linguistic violence or language violence. It's the same. Can occur intentionally or intentionally. Um, so unintentional, it can be difficult to recognize by the speaker itself or by the author itself, because this is new or recent new development universally in terms of the unintentionality because of the language institution based on the culture itself. So the third one, there is a need for corpus studies, corpus-based studies, especially for university to uh, to approach the text in terms of progressive linguistic theory, so that we can present facts as a law evidence for the law enforcement. So the existence of legal reference such as the ITE law or Undang-Undang ITE serve as a reminder for tech users to be more cautious in expressing themselves, both oral and writing. So you see the digital media play important role to create more case related to violence and crime. So the concept of the language violence, so language violence harming others psychologically. So violence is harming others, either physically or psychologically. So in terms of language use, this is psychologically. So you can hurt people. You can hurt people by using language or by using arms. So in linguistic violence, it can be distinguished into two types or two genres: verbal violence or non-verbal violence. So verbal violence, it's used the linguistic tools like phonetics, syntax, diction, etc. While in non-verbal violence, you can use image, signal, movement, body language, etc. Right. While in terms of the language crime, this is a bit more specific in terms of language violence. So in terms of language violence, so not all language violence is recognized in the law of particular nations, right? While in the language violence, in the language crime, any violence which is recognized by the law itself, it can be proceed to legality, legal process. So criminal law in Indonesia is, as you well know about that, about the defamation, so hoax, racist remarks, pornography, humiliation, and etc. So there have been many cases involved in this area. So there have been many people get yes, particular imprisonment by the court. So linguistic violence, either verbal and non-verbal. So it is according to the William C. Gates. Really. So linguistic violence, language is an institution that is harmed in more psychological way. So it can be direct, symbolic, and cultural violence. So what we mean by language as an institution. So you know that language has the what we call the linguistic aspect, and then this linguistic aspect create the text, and then the text should be interact between participants, and then any text can be interpreted into the meaning and the form, and also the social interpretations of that, and you can see what is the motivation of doing the language violence. This is also part of the culture from the language itself. So if we distinguish language violence, as I mentioned previously, so it can be direct verbal violence. So it contains insult, threat, and harassment, etc. So it's kind of hostility to the target, right? While in violence with symbol, it is not using linguistic tools to do that, but it's used signal or signs, something like the use of what you call, let's say in Indonesia, we if you are brave enough to wear a t-shirt using Paluarit, uh, you can get uh, you can you can you can get you can be jailed. Uh, you can be taken by the police, especially in Indonesia, but not the case if you use that kind of symbol, something like in US or in UK, because this is a liberal democracy. You can use anything you like, is- it- as long as it's not harming the people. And also the same one, if you wear clothes using picture of swastika, or especially if you wear it in Israel, for instance, you can get killed. You can be killed by people there because there's long history about the uh, what you call the killing of the Israel people during the uh, Nazi era in Germany. And then you can have cultural balance. You may see very openly that the lecture on religious topic full of racism, Sarah. So you can see lots of people get arrested by the police and also uh, face face the consequence of the remark they made in the public. So so as I mentioned earlier, that the form of language, either explicitly or implicitly, can be interpreted harassment, labeling, sexism, racism, insult, threat, and belittlement. This can be uh, using non-verbal language like the gestures, pictures, or body language, etc. It's not merely only the linguistic tools like words. So you see the symbol of like the death and kill, using your neck to be cut off from your body, and then you're using middle finger to swear somebody, and then to fight or to move to it's kind of threat. But these three kind of figure, it is not considered a crime in particular countries, but this is violence, linguistic violence, language violence in terms of non-verbal one. So if you use this one, it can uh, insult other people because it's considered a threat. So 5 types of language violence, according to William C. Gay. So this, it is supposed to be uh, adapted by me, by myself. Uh, but it is not far away from the ideal. So the aggressive language, hate speech and threat, defamation and humiliation. So it's called aggressive language. And then you can get a subtle form, a silent form hostility other people. Something like ignoring people by not greeting them due to their gender, ethnicity, and other social class background. So silencing is also part of the what we call aggression. So this is also called linguistic violence, actually. Um, so you can call it covert form, so or implicit form or silent form using. Uh, this is silent is part of language because it is meaningful. This can be interpreted socially or politically. The third one, racist and sexist language. So racist explicitly implicitly indicating a distinction between race and gender with higher or lower social status. So this is, if we are talking about the sexist language, so there is a kind of unmarked features and marked feature. The unmarked feature you may consider is domination or hegemony, and then or you may call it superordinate level, and then you can have subordinate level uh, based on your interpretation, social interpretation. So, um, so minority, either it is in gender or in social life, can be targeted as the linguistic violence. So you see the use of expression like Hindu tidak mengenal ketuhanan yang Maha Esa. This is very often we can find we can find in the media social text, uh, and then you in social interaction or in social problem you can have a pelakor. Uh, pelakor meaning that the perempuan sorry, perebut laki orang. Pelakor is perebut laki orang. So you see, this is the target here is the woman. So women tend to be victimized in this case, even though the perebut here is not always the case that is the woman to do that, but it could be a man to do that. You see, they use pelakor, perempuan, sorry, perebut laki orang. So laki orang means suami, husband. So the person who get, sorry, who take away the other husband is another woman. You can have will, wanita idaman lain. Of course, you can have pale, pria idaman lain, perempuan idaman lain. But this, in the case of pelakor, is a different case. So language form of totalitarian regimes is also common in a nation, in a country. So it can be because the power itself it is in the center of the government. So it can have a very strong hegemony to other people. So you can have the expression like in the past during the beginning of the Orba era, you can have habisi sampai ke akar-akarnya, meaning that those who are suspect to be part of the Communist Party, either their children or their grandchildren, should be killed by the special force instructed by the government at the time. And then you can have expression like disukabumikan in the year of the 1980s. Disukabumikan mean this is kind of metaphoric expression. So this suka is like, bumi is earth. So should be put under the earth. This mean disukabumikan. This mean to be buried, to be killed because they are threat for the government. Either they are criminal or political unrest. There have been there were many cases in terms of this expression. This imply the social practice at the time, so that you can have the linguistic expression now because of the social practice at the time. And then also in the middle of 1980s, you can have penembak misterius. It means young men who have tattoo in their body considered to be preman or criminal, and then they are okay to be killed. They are okay to be killed. So there were many people at the time killed, so you could see other dead bodies in the river, so, or in other places like that. So if you read newspaper at that time in 1980s in Kompas or Sinar Harapan or Merdeka, sorry, Kompas and Sinar Harapan. So I think Merdeka is also. I'm not sure Sinar Harapan. Sinar Harapan is, I think it's 50-50. But Suara Pembangunan is not the case. The Suara Pembangunan is the newspaper was published by the Golkar at the time, so it was not possible to get the information about the Penembak Misterius at the time. Neither expression like habis sampai ke akar-akarnya. Okay, so this is how the surface expression we can get from the social practice uh, under the surface. Okay, so I call it under the surface because you cannot uh, overtly access it at any time. Okay, otherwise you can be also taken away by the police, or the media can be get closed down. But there are some media very brave to do that. And then the last one is justification and glorification for the war. So encouraging the war. So in the past and during the Sukarno era, so you got, sorry, not during the Sukarno era, during the 90s in Malaysia and in Singapore, they use the term like inon for the pendatang haram. Okay, inon or pendatang haram. So it means uh, the worker who came from Indonesia is considered don't have any legal document, and then they are unskillful, and then they call inborn. It means that low labor skill, and then got very little pay, and then consider they tend to do lot of social problem in this country. So I don't know right now whether Indonesia is still called Indon or Pendatang Haram. So because uh, our economy is getting better now, so we can send we send labor less and less to this country. Planning the war, encouraging the war. So if you use so in pro-Israel media, they call Palestinian fighter is terrorists. Okay, pro-Palestinian, pro-Israel media call the Palestinian fighter is terrorists, while while they are not really equal when those media call their Israel counterpart as pasukan pertahanan. So you see the difference between terrorists and pasukan pertahanan is quite different in terms of linguistic. So in terms of terrorists, the word of terrorist is breaking any law, international law, or like kill other people, innocent people, etc. While pasukan pertahanan is just merely to protect their own people and protect their nation. So positive for pasukan pertahanan and negative concept on terrorism. During Orla era, probably if you look at the media around 1960, you can have the word Ganyang Malaysia. So it's mainly Sukarno regime at the time want to take Malaysia as part of Indonesia because they don't like Britain still go around there in Malaysia too. So Indonesia government at the time didn't like that British still around. So that's why the Sukarno tend to take Malaysia out of Britain. And then the expression of Ganyang Malaysia is can be a positive thing to do to protect our people. Our people mean people of Nusantara, something like that. Dulu then and now you can have mencaplok and menjajah. You see, Russia right now is considered to use the word mencaplok or menjajah. If you look at the media through to Ukraine, and also at the time the time of during the taken over of East Timor by Indonesian military in 1978. So there is distinction between invasion and integration, right? So the foreign media use invasion, so Indonesian media use integration. This is also part of the linguistic violence, especially the word invasion. So now microaggression, so it's also linguistic violence, but it is not considered, it's not recognized in the law itself, but it still insult other people or other person because the words or the expression they use. You can see example like something like si mata sipit in Indonesia, so you know what is it. Okay, this is our friends become a target of the minority. Mata sipit, dia itu homo, so the homo person or lesbian people is minority, so they become a target of this belittling, okay? And then bersikap jantanlah, jangan seperti wanita. So men who tend to be like a woman considered to be marked, okay, not unmarked. It's a special case. So now let us listen a short video. This is insult. This is the way of insulting other people who are marginalized in terms of economy. So between the worker who use BPJS as cash versus high rank official which don't use BPJS, something like that. So this is just recent video. This is not considered a crime, but this is a violence, okay? Because it's insulting people. Let me play the clip a little bit. Okay, that's it. Please don't pay attention from the announcer, but this is from the clip from the clips after the announcer. So the clips really humiliate other unlucky people who are queuing to get access of BPJS for their help. But this is it was mocked by somebody. So this is considered part of the daily life, actually. It's a daily life. It's not just only in the social media, but also in the daily life. You can see something like this one. Okay, let's me move to the other part. Okay, linguistic aspect of language violence. Because I'm a linguist, so I need to do more study on linguistic tools to get fact as evidence. Okay, the phonetics and phonology aspect might be used to insult other people. So we will see about that. You, is a minority, is minority tend to be target of the majority of the test. That, uh, but- and then you can have morphosyntax, something like idi kacung weao. So this expression, so only 3 words. So this has been uh, a case in Bali court. And then the person who posts this one into Facebook got 2 years imprisonment. Okay, so you see, ed is a subject, and then the kachung, it is a predicate. So kachung here is a so attribute of the ed. The lexical meaning of kachung is somebody is just to be uh, kaki tangan, something like that one. So ED is a very honorable organization, very respected organization. So it's not acceptable for them to be called kachung. So that's why this is called crime. Okay, part of the crime, and also violence, crime, because yeah, it's already somebody get imprisonment. And then if you look at semantics, it's very tiny words here as an example. So you see the Panchasila is a concept denotative, okay? So you cannot interpret Panchasila as a connotative, something like Panchagila and Panchasila. So this is the the word games to create a different meaning of denotative meaning, which is Panchasila. So this is a kind of harassment pelecehan to our ideology. This is also well, it could be just violent, but it's not considered crime unless there's somebody to make report to the police to do that. And then you can have the pragmatic expression, something like setan terbesar di dunia, setan terbesar di dunia, India, Bali, China, Korea. Oh, sorry. India, Bali, China, Korea. Yeah. So this is from somebody who gave speech in the public speech. So they call a minority as to uh, to pray, pray to the Satan instead of gods, because they are not praying to the God, but they are praying to the Satan because lots of offerings, something like that. So this is a big case on racism. Uh, yeah, I know this person already uh, proceed with the law case. Okay. So in terms of theoretical approach in linguistics, so there are 2 things need to be mentioned here. So you have to use what we call descriptive and formal linguistic theory, uh, either micro-linguistic domain or macro-linguistic domain, in order to get facts based on meaning and form. When you get linguistic tool as a fact, and then it's become a law evidence, can be used by the law enforcement to proceed with the legal process. Okay, so linguistic analysis is one evidence be used by law enforcement to proceed with the legal case. Okay, I don't want to proceed with theoretical things, but if you look at the linguistic domain like yeah, phonology, morphology, syntax, this is exact fact is used to analyze the text. And then the interpretation of meaning or meaning or message, you may use macro-linguistic domain, either semantic theory, speech act theory, discourse theory, or implicature theory. So you may use this course theory in terms of how to analyze the structure of the text and what interpretation you offer, and then what social practice being investigated or identified. So in order to get the meaning and the message. So this is another example from somebody who tend to imitate other people accent. So this is the English, the English which has a funicular accent from Lombok. Okay, the point here is to show how the Lombok English is working. But this is the accent is actually is a Sasak one, but the word is English. So it is used as a joking for internal people. It's okay, but sorry, it is used by the speaker of internal ethnicity. It is okay, but it is used if it is used by external ethnic speaker. It is a problem in terms of the microaggression. If you look at the accent of the minority. So as has been mentioned by Dr. Tobias, so far, so this is data from 2001 actually, and unfortunately, so you can get 60%, 63% case based on defamation, fitnah, perenahan, and then you can get pornography, the second one, 40%, and the racism or SARA, 35%. So you can see the social media is just a surface structure. So in terms of the uh, deep deep structure, you can get more in this one because not all people get access to social media to write something or to say something. You can say so. There are more in terms of number for these three level of crime. So I don't want to read the pasal from the Undang-Undang ITE. So there are three pasal here. It's in relation to SARA, racism, defamation, and pornography. So this is a crime, considered crime in Indonesia. Probably in in other countries, not they are not the case. Okay. I just want to show you that's the three words from one sentence, id kacung weau, so they get 3 years imprisonment to say something like this one during the COVID era in Bali. So this is the person, so I have to show you the person. So because this is already easily, this is always easy to get access from the media about this one. You know, so lots of media inform us about that. Okay, so one sentence you can get 2 years imprisonment. So cultural aggressions, okay, using religion as a mask. So you may say, so the red expression berusaha untuk menegakkan khilafah Islamiyah. Kenapa nggak boleh? Kan wajib kita tegakkan khilafah Islamiyah. This is purely not parallel with the Pancasila ideology is considered crime. So the person who said that's already got punishment. And then the second one, somebody who mock the Pancasila ideology, who still live in Germany, in Europe, but the police get difficulty to find him. So this is considered crime in Indonesia, but it's not the case in other countries. Okay. Oh, so if you mock the Pancasila become Pancagila and Pancasila something. It is something like saya lihat di Indonesia tidak ada Pancasila, adanya Pancagila. Tidak ada Pancasila, adanya itu tadi yang aku bilang Pancasial. This is very negative one. Okay, back to the Ahok problem in the past in the 2017. This is very common expressly, not common. It's very well-known case. So as far as I'm concerned, I've been trying to find out what's the reason Ahok be uh, imprisoned by the court. I didn't find inside the political background. So if you analysis in terms of syntactic one, this is exactly fact. There's no way Ahok is wrong here. Okay, because the syntax here is not this. The kitab suci is bohong, but the people is bohong. Okay, lie. It's not the kitab suci is lie, but the people using kitab suci to lie. So you see, there are many cases like this one. So if you, this is syntax purely evidence. So you may say, so what is the subject of dibohongin? Who is dibohongin? Dibohongin should be the people is dibohongin. And then you have pakai, who use it? Siapa memakai? It must be person or people who use it, right? It is not kitab suci. It is kitab suci is used as a mask to do that. Just like a golden pen, it is useful for writing something, but you can use it as to kill somebody, right? But that is not the function of the pen. It's not the function of kitab suci to bohong. So this is a linguistic analysis can do a better proving, okay, better presenting fact and evidence, like that. And then this is a explicit one, the most explicit one, the most vulgar one. So it's very easy to say something like this. Something, but you see, in media social, so we can get this one. You can imagine that the under all these, the deep structure in the reality, in interaction, social interaction, you can get more, something like this one. So orang kafir itu adalah binatang. So this is very insulting. And then the second one, Muhammad itu dengan dekat dengan jin. Jadi Muhammad is about the prophet here. So he not just insult the prophet, but he's also downgraded the prophet here. This is really hostile for other people. And the third one is, so kok ada banyak Tuhan begitu, Pak, Bapak Ibu. Ini the target is Balinese Hindus. Kok ada banyak Tuhan? So in fact, she was an Hindu before before she's a Muarab. It means that she doesn't know at all about Hindu's philosophy. So Hindu's philosophy, there's one God, but there's several names, all right? But several names is only one God. And then, so Balinese or Chinese or Korea, as I mentioned, don't pray to God, but pray to the evil, Satan, because of the offering. Okay. All right. This is also a cultural crime. So you see, Borobudur is very holy place for Buddha's people. So the statue of Buddha is very sacred. How come in Indonesia somebody changed the face of Buddha with the Jokowi face? So this is not just insulting. This is also kind of racism, Sarah. So the person who shared this video, this picture, got I think 2 years imprisonment. Okay, already 2 years about this one. So this is a non-verbal language, but I'm not analyzing the verbal one here, but I'm analyzing the non-verbal, the picture one. Is also part of the text, is considered to be a text. And then, okay, the final section, legal steps. Legal step. So legal step is, according to the police circular letter, is just the last resource before the legal justice done. So there has been process of restorative justice. So the the other parts, like the, the author of the text, and then the target person or people who uh, offended by the author is should sit together with the police as a moderator to uh, consider a peaceful solution without proceeding the legal justice. Of course, there is a consequence of the peaceful resolution. Either it is a civil resolution uh, or material resolution, something like that. So probably something like ganti rugi, something like that, or it should be announced peaceful resolution in the media. Uh, uh, Permintaan maaf in the media, etc. Okay, and then if you like the circular, if you see the circular letter from the police, so there are many steps to do the restorative justice before the legal step. So you see, so I don't want to read about this step there because of the time. Uh, so so here the investigator have the principle that the criminal law is the last resort. That's the way. That's the key one, especially the G aspect. Uh, and then if uh, suspect who have realized and apologized should not be detained. There is no detention for the suspect who publicly announced apology for the target and other people. Okay, my conclusion is that in order to get the fact of violence and crime, you have to analyze using the linguistic tools, either macro-linguistics or micro-linguistics. So micro-linguistic to get the form and meaning, and then to micro-linguistic to interpret the message, okay? To interpret the message and the context, okay? So any case, so any verbal violence and language crime uh, can be interpreted from their text. What is the meaning? What is the message there? And then you can have the what you call the interpretation and social interpretation in terms of ideology. Uh, and then, of course, usually the hegemony, the power domination, uh, commonly uh, tend to use linguistic violence and linguistic crime. So this means that multiculturalism is not in their agenda, right? So the domination is in their agenda. So that's it from me. So thank you very much. So I hope my presentation is quite clear because my English is not as good as other people. Thank you very much. So time now is for the moderator, Dr. Tobias. Please. Thank you. Dr. Tobias, are you there? There. May I stop my presentation, please?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. Pastike, for contributing insights to the participants and presenters on the sessions. And ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question sessions. We still have much time for the discussions and questions. For those who want to raise question directly, you can raise your hand up and ask directly to Prof. Pastike. And you can also write the question on chat box. I invite for the three questioners at the first sessions, you can raise questions directly to Prof. Pastike.
Yes, probably
Okay.
Mr. and Mrs. Wilges Lagung Boy.
Okay. Please, Mr. Lagumboy.
Uh, okay, sir. Thank you for
Yeah.
your
Speak louder,
presentation.
please.
Good morning. Good morning. I am Willis from English education program, and the presenter said that word is var. So there is an example before, like Pancasila become Pancagila or Pancasial. How about we see the meaning of the intention of words or speaker? The word Pancagila, I think it can be classified into implication in pragmatics. And the person who said Pancagila saying like that because he or she observed the phenomena happen in society. And then, so my question is every form of language violence always considered negative? Or should we also look at the context of the speaker's intention? For example, before you say that the word Pancagila might be used as a form of social criticism in pragmatic, for example, implication.
Okay. Thank you for the questions. The question is about the context and also negative sides of language violence like Pancasila and Pancagila. Are these all negative or okay? How about the context? That's the questions, Prof. Yeah. Next
Okay,
questioner.
can we answer directly?
Okay, Prof. Please.
Yes, Mr. Lagung Boy, this is a very good question actually. If you look at um, uh, the participant context, okay, the ideology of the party. So of course, if you consider the government part and then the outer part, this is different social practice there. I agree absolutely with you. So why the expression of Pancasila and Pancagila appears in the surface? Because the social practice in our society tend to be using Pancasila as just a mask, just as topic, right? In the real practice, so you can see so many things is not really coherent with the Pancasila, right? I'm sorry to say you can see right now. So what happened with the 1,000 triliun in Pertamina? Where is the news? So what happened with the 1 triliun with MA? So this is MA is penegak hukum, right? The the law enforcement, but they really not uh, protecting the law, right? This is also uh, not coherent with the Pancasila. So this is kind of phenomena is considered by Paul Zhang as a person who raised an expression like Pancasila and Pancagila. For me personally, so this is a kind of criticism from somebody, from our citizen. It's just like a literature. So you need critic from somebody to move forward with the progressive literature, right? So I don't see the case in Indonesian politics or Indonesian government right now. So we have been changing the president, but we haven't got anything uh, better in terms of law enforcement. So I'm curious about the law enforcement now, right now. So it's very pessimistic to see the reality. So this is for me is from Paul Zahn who said that in German, so in Europe. To me, that is just a critic, okay, to get the government uh, practice in their administration be better. But that is not the case, you see. So I hope somebody like Paul Zhang, if I'm not mistaken, uh, say something more about his opinion relation to Pancasila. We respect Pancasila very well, but the practice is not cannot be avoided, cannot be ignored, right? So we have to underline Pancasila with the and also in line with the social practice. So this thing need to be mentioned uh, continuously. Okay, thank you very much for the nice question,
Thank you,
Dr.
Prof,
Tobias.
for the answers. Hopefully, Mr. Lagumboy gets the idea from what has been explained by Prof. Pastika. Yeah. Next questions from the participants. I invite the students from English education departments to raise questions or other presenters on the sessions. I'm sure that many cases we can raise up on the sessions.
So there are two people, Philadelphia.
Okay,
if I'm not
Philadelphia,
mistaken.
please go ahead with your questions. Yeah. Okay. Philadelphia, please on your microphone. Switch on your microphone, Philadelphia. Yeah, speak up.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the time given to me. My name is Philadelphia Medista Arai. I am from 2024C English Language Education Study Program. And my question is, what is the difference between direct, symbolic, and cultural violence in the context of linguistic violence? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Is it clear, Prof? The questions?
So the last one, you say direct,
Okay.
symbolic, and the last one?
What is the last one? Can you repeat your questions, please?
So you mentioned something like direct, symbolic, and what is the last one? The last one? Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Anybody
Please
can
repeat
help
your
me?
questions. Sorry. She has muted the microphone.
Okay.
Next.
Okay,
Mr.
let's. Okay, Freddy. Okay, right.
Mr. Freddy, time is yours. Unmute your video, please, Pak Freddy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Can you hear my voice?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof, for your insightful and inspiring presentation. I think that this topic is very interesting, especially for us who focus on linguistic. But for common people, I think linguistic forensic is unfamiliar. So my question, Prof, in your presentation, you stated that language crime always impact psychologically, not physically on the victims. Yeah. So my question, when it is tried to prove in the legal process, how can be proved, Prof? That's the first question. And the second question, how can we differ, especially for common people, how can we differ language crime from other kind of crimes? Thank you, Prof. I think that's all my question.
Is it clear, Prof? The questions?
Yes, it's
Okay,
very clear.
yeah.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
can I proceed with the answer, please?
Okay, Prof, please.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Freddy. Pak Freddy. So let me first respond to the Philadelphia. So I heard the two terms that she mentioned. It's about the offensive can be direct, can be symbolic. Yeah, direct mean in terms of linguistic structure. It is using words, right, direct to the target. Okay, the target can be a person or can be people, or can be virtual. It can be virtual mean uh, like us right now. It can be direct, right? Direct can be physically. So using linguistic tools to do that. So you see, uh, the ustad, sorry, the person who gave lecture on religious matter, uh, mention something like, kamu orang kafir sama dengan binatang. So this is very direct, it's very explicit. So no there is no difficulty to interpret the meaning. So this is very clear in terms of word choice, in terms of the syntactical structure, and then you can have denotative meaning, right? So you can, it's very direct there. So there is no implicit meaning. So there is no deep structure there. There is a surface structure. And but that is the analysis of the text. But if you see like Freddie or sorry, Mr. Mbowe says, this is not just textual matter. This is also social interpretation, social practice. What's just going on there? Why does the person mention about something like this one? So this is need to be mentioned in your analysis to look at the social practice in the interpretation. Okay, so you get the whole interpretation in terms of message, either the textual things or contextual things. So and that's mean direct. But when you use symbol, so symbol can be used as a non-verbal text, but symbol has meaning, right? But the meaning can be interpreted based on the culture itself or based on the practice social, because the social practice. Something like swastika. Why is swastika so harmful by Israel people? Because you see the history of the Israel people were killed by the Hitler people in Germany. So this is uh, inspired by the swastika things. So you need to interpret the text itself. What is the original meaning of the swastika again? So you see, the symbol needs also a text. It's a very long interpretation on the symbol. Symbol, every aspect of the symbol, every part of the symbol uh, exhibiting meaning or message. The message can be social practice, cultural practice, and historical practice there. So this is called a symbolic text and directive consideration. Okay, that's for Philadelphia. This is a very good question. So I like that. And then from Freddy, this is very complex thing to think about. So if you call linguistic forensic, so our part here is, as I mentioned, our part is first to identify the text, whether the text is verbal or non-verbal. When you identify the text, what constitutes the text? You see, the verbal text is considered from the structure, which is underlying form, and then the word, this is surface structure, and then the meaning interpretation between the words and the structure. When you get the meaning, and then you analyze the text, and then the text itself is not just about the form and meaning, which called microstructure, but there's also macrostructure. You have to interpret the non-textual things like participant culture, or political things in history, something like that. Sorry, and then you get the message, just like these Paluarit symbol or swastika symbol, something like that. You see, you just not finish with the what is swastika. It's content about the history and social practice and something like ide kacung weau in textual structure is very easy to say that, but what is behind ed, what is behind kacung, and what is behind way out. So you have to consider international politics in this case. So this is called social practice according to the critical discourse analysis by Norman Bell. So if you want to analyze the linguistic forensic, so the most important thing is to give fact to the law enforcement, okay, or at least to give to the reader or to somebody who want to listen your analysis to find out what, why, and who in the text, so that it's become bukti hukum, all right? So law evidence, and then that law evidence, linguistic fact, can be considered as evidence in the social in the law practice. So you in the law practice, when you get two evidence, like analysis of linguistic forensic by the expert witness, and that is one evidence. And then the police need get more another evidence. So when the police or bar screen gets two evidence, then they can decide it, who is the uh, suspect and who is the witness, something like that. Okay, how to distinguish between linguistic crime and other crime? So linguistic crime purely something about text. Okay, so do you remember what expression used by General Nasution during the 30 September the 30th? So he says something like fitnah lebih kejam dari pembunuhan, something like this one. So fitnah is a text, a verbal text. So they can kill your character, they can kill your uh, your identity, you can kill your character. It's not only physical arms, but language is also armed. Language is also armed to downgrade target. Okay, this is the simple thing to say that. So we can discuss more on the linguistic aspect about this one. That is about the, as I mentioned, micro linguistic things, so many things to do, and also macro linguistic things, so many things to do. Something to do with culture, politics, history, and participant social interaction, etc. All right. So if we have more time, we can do more discussion. Thank you very much, Freddy and Philadelphia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. There is one question on the chat box from Mr. Ino. Can I read the question, Prof? I read the question on the chat
please.
box. Yeah. How to design language curriculum to overcome the problem of language violence in our education. Again, how to design a language curriculum to overcome the problem of language violence in our education. Because some data of language violence are taken from schools or happen in school context. How to design curriculum in that case? That's the question, Prof.
So whose question is this? Sorry.
Mr. Ino raised the questions. On the chat box.
Sorry. Who is the author of it? Sorry. Sorry.
Mr. Ino,
Chat box.
raise the questions on the chat box.
Ino.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see. So many.
On the chat box.
Yeah, on the chat box. I'm looking at the chat box.
Yeah.
Chat box. So Juliana, Liliatu, and
No.
Calvianus.
RI.
No, okay, different.
RI.
RI.
Yeah, RI.
Rino, huh? Okay, Rino,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay, I got the question already from you.
Yeah.
Can I give the answer, please?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
Prof. Please.
Yeah, the question about the language violence in education is very important topic. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are few articles on that topics written in the international journal, either in the Middle East or in America. So, how to design curriculum? Well, I'm not expert on education, but linguistics. But what I can see right now is that uh, so you have to manage the text related to insult, uh, because insulting make people sad or belittled, and then you have to, well, it is depending on the culture itself. What is insult? It can be gender. It can be uh, the ability, the capacity of the student itself. So probably if a student cannot answer your question, the teacher need to manage the anger, not to express the violent words. Something like, masa yang gitu aja nggak tahu, kamu belajar nggak tadi malam? Ya, itu kan that is a negative thing to say. That could be insulting student. Yeah, you have to manage the anger. Manage the anger, not to insult people. And the stronger thing is to harass, yeah, to harass and to give threat. Eh, Kalau kamu lakukan ini lagi, maka kamu tidak akan lulus. This is threat. This is not good. I think there's harassment. Yeah, harassment. It could be. Yeah, sometimes not all students are the same level of economy, right? So probably there are some students don't use a proper shirt or clothes, anything, or shoes. It should be protected by the teacher by not exposing him or her, be a little person to do that. Uh, I don't think student will get better if you belittle them by their material level, right? So it's one thing like they don't have the proper pencil, they don't have proper pen. Yeah, how to help them, right? How to help them in order to boost their optimistic, yeah, optimistic optimistic attitude. Okay, uh, not the pessimistic attitude. So this is few aspect in semantic that I need to mention to you. But as I mentioned, you need to cover that kind of things in your curriculum or in your teaching practice. So the teaching practice is more important than the curriculum things, the ethics, okay, and how to control yourself. And the point is to encourage students to get better by promoting them, right? Either they are weak or strong. But the point is to educate them, not just to teach them, right? So far, this is my point. Thank you very much. This is very important question. So you need to read the other article in relation to that topic. There are many articles on education.
Okay, Prof.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we can use the case of language violence and crime as authentic materials in classrooms to promote students' language awareness. Is that the Prof?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Another question from Miss Olga. Are you there? Miss Olga? Hello, Miss Olga.
Hello, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time is yours.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Well, thank you so much, Prof, for the presentations and the materials. Really motivated us. I have questions. My first questions is when we talk about linguistic violence, it's also happened in social media right now, right? I mean, in the era of digital. And my question is there any strategies to reduce verbal violence in the social media? And what are the rules of forensic linguistics in uncovering language-related crimes? That's my questions, bro. Thank you.
Is the question clear, Prof?
Yes, very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So may I answer directly?
Okay. Okay, Prof. Please.
Okay, Miss Olga, it's very important question to ask. So you are mentioning about the linguistic violence occur frequently in social media. So any strategy to reduce it? Well, uh, first of all, to avoid yourself uh, from the law, from the legal domain, you have to sometimes you have to read the Undang-Undang ITE, right? Undang-Undang ITE. So Undang-Undang ITE is, for me, is quite helpful how to manage our expression orally or in written. Okay. So what can we say in the public space? So this is really a good thing to do by reading uh, so shortly about the Undang-Undang ITE. As I mentioned, the language violence sometime it can be recognized by the law itself. It can, but mostly cannot be recognized by the law. But it can insult other people. It can harass other people. So it can offense other people. Like you see the video of the woman who are mocking the other other people because of their uh, economic background. Okay, this is kind of misaggression. So it's a low sorry, linguistic violence. But as long as you can hurt somebody psychologically, so this is called violence. So how to do it? So you see, in written thing, we have to do editing first. You have to edit before you turn the enter feature, right? Before you enter the before you click the enter features, you have to edit it. You have to read it again. You have to slow down yourself. You read it again, and then you have to edit it to delete or to add more words or more syntax in order to protect yourself from the law or to protect other people. Okay, this is the technical thing to do that. Otherwise, you will get trouble when you publish your writing or your speaking in public, right? Uh, in speaking, because it is somewhat spontaneous, it is not. There is no other way. There is no way to edit it, right? There's no other way to edit it. I think you need to think properly first before you say something, and that's why you need to uh, get access from undang-undang ITE first. So because we can be get difficulty in order to say something like that one. Okay, there's a technical thing to do that. Okay, to reduce the social uh, media digital effects, harming other peoples. What are rule in forensic linguistics? So our rule, word choice, you have to choose proper words. And then you have, in Indonesia, the word anjing is not considered neutral word. Okay, it is considered uh, uh, belittling people. So it's better not to use it. Okay, so in the West they use dog is not belittling people, but in Indonesia is problem. So you have to be understand the battle with the culture and then with the linguistic vocabularies. Okay, uh, yeah, with the linguistic vocabulary, especially the word choice. Okay, and then you can use discourse. Discourse means with word is put at the beginning, with words is put at the end. So when the word you put at the beginning, this must be a focus of information. It can be considered to underline your idea or your message there, right? In terms of the linguistic things to do that. Okay. So there is a textual aspect you need to consider and textual aspect. The textual aspect is the linguistic tools, something like the one that I mentioned, nothing to do with word choice, and the contextual tool related to reference of the statute, like undang-undang or peraturan, something like that. The undang-undang is very general things, but to master, uh, it's better to use it, okay, to know it or to check it before you involve in social media activity. Thank you very much, Ms. Olga. This is a really interesting question.
Thank
Thank you.
you, Prof. We still have two questions last. First question from, okay, Calvin, Giovanni, please, Mr. Calvin Giovanni, raise your questions directly. Father Calvin?
Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, please, Mr.
Okay.
Calvin.
Yeah. Okay. Is my voice clear enough?
Yeah.
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Calvin from Theology Department. Thanks, Professor, for the insightful presentation. So I got one question in my mind. For me personally, language is the ultimate weapon for oppositions, like for any types of groups of oppositions to just deliver their message and critics. But sometimes it's done by publishing or promoting words, labels, or phrases that tends to harass and devalue actors, rulers, or even national symbol like Indonesia Gelap or maybe Pancasila becomes Pancagila. And in terms of campaign, for me, we cannot often or attacking demonic power like evil rulers or greedy government just by decent or polite expression. Polite language can be an effective tool to silence oppositions or resistance. So for me, polite language doesn't even give psychological shock or psychological effect on those toward whom we address the message. And the question is just a simple question. According to your personal point of view, is verbal abuse law or law concerning limiting people's expression could be a threat for those who express critics through creative expression. That's all. Thank you.
Can you repeat, Father, the questions? Father Calvin, can you repeat
Yeah,
the
my
question?
question is okay. My question is I just want to know your personal point of view about verbal abuse law. Is it a threat for people who try to express critics through creative expression, or it is just a help for them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Father. Is it clear, Prof?
Yeah, it's very clear.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
you may
Father
answer the
Alvin,
questions
this
directly. Yeah.
is very good questions. Yeah, it's very good question. So, uh, I have a problem with this one actually too. So, but now we have to choose. So for me, my part is as a linguist. First, I have to talk as a part of my part as a linguist. As a linguist, I have to be able to identify which one is considered linguistic violence, which one is called non-linguistic violence. Uh, why we need to identify it? Uh, Because we need to give fact linguistic in terms of linguistic structure and linguistic meaning. What is fact for? So you see, for law enforcement need to get linguistic analysis to presenting the fact as evidence. That's the point. Uh, and as a educator, as a professor, so I need to develop the approach in terms of linguistic theory. So that we can be get more advanced on the linguistic analysis in terms of the in terms of many part of linguistic aspect. This is part of the my part as a linguist and as an educator. So now, if we look at the textual phenomenon in our everyday life, so between text and context, you see, sometimes in Indonesia, we need to be what we need to be explicit. Yeah, you need to be explicit without harming ourselves or harming other people. Okay, so for me, I consider this one is more intelligent than using harming language. So if you want to criticize, for instance, the seribu trillion things, which is not really clear right now. So you have to do something like a small research first. So why is it not uh, appears in public instead of wasting your time to insulting people? Okay. Uh, uh, so right now, for instance, now is the ijazah palsu Jokowi, right? So the people who hunt the ijazah palsu Jokowi, unfortunately, don't pre- have haven't been prepared by using their expertise to analyze the fake of ijazah, right? But instead, they are busy with swearing, right? They're busy with swearing, so that the real thing that is called ijazah palsu is not clear. While Jokowi itself and UGM, they are really working based on their capacity. They they are trying to prove their ijazah, either UGM or Jokowi. It- but I'm not talking about whether Jokowi and UGM is right or the other part is wrong. No, but I'm talking about the process of proving either it is fake or it is genuine. So you need to convince other people by using convincing evidence. Otherwise, as I mentioned, so you're just busy with word of swearing or abusing other party. I think that is not a productive thing to do that as an intellectual. Okay? As an intellectual, we have to prove it with evidence and also with neutral language, without harming other people. This is my point to uh, to uh, to see how we deal with the verbal abuse. So, but of course, if you want to use it like a student demonstration, if they want to use the verbal abuse, that's okay. So they had considered consequence. But that's one. So this is also a strong point for them. This is okay. This is part of political struggle, right? So whether you use a strong language or objective language, this is depends on your choice. Okay, depends on your choice, and you have to be able to show yourself that you are capable of answering any problem appear from your choice. That's it. Okay. Well, every government has their way to proceed with their ideology of the administration, right? But any government, but of course, the critic also can use anything to critic criticism to criticize the government. But in my choice, it's more likely to do using a neutral language with intellectual uh, domain instead of abusing or harassing or harming other people. This is my point, but probably it's not really uh, organized idea to mention about that one.
Thank you.
I don't. Well, I don't. I'm not interested in very polite language. Actually, no. Well, I agree with Colvin about that. But polite language it tend to be implicit. I mean, the politeness is it should be considered whether it is touching a surface structure or just surfacing deep structure. So deep structure is just for philosopher, right? But if you have common people, then it must be touching other people, normal people. Then in this case, you need to use surface language. Politeness can be considered uh, well, you can use egalitarian politeness, or you can use sociocentric politeness, right? So you know what I mean by egalitarian politeness. Egalitarian doesn't mean negative, and sociocentric is not always mean positive one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
For the culprit, it's very interesting.
Yeah. As this topic is very interesting, Prof, on the chat, there are two questions raised on chat box. MD, question from MD. I will read the questions. MD.
Yes, please read. Yeah.
Can harsh criticism of the government be organized as language crime? Where should be the line be drawn? Again, Prof, can harsh criticism of the government be categorized as language crime? Where should be the line be drawn? I think this question is related to Father Kelvin's just now. Yeah.
Okay, that's a very interesting question too. So, how we?
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, can I answer the question right now?
Yes, Prof.
From whom? Sorry,
from MD. MD.
From MD.
From MD on the chat box. MD. Maria S. Bagong.
So,
Maria S. Bagong.
Maria, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Maria, this is very interesting question. So you are talking about what is the borderline between the harming the government or criticizing the government? So as I mentioned to Para Colvin, so as long as you criticize the government, mentioning the fact, and then give the solution, these are needed by anybody. Okay, not only by the government, but by only other people. Do we need to? So in this case, if you're focusing on the fact in your analysis, so the crime is not in your vocabulary. So then, what is the crime? So what is the crime? If the crime is containing of defamation, fitnah, something like fitnah, and then belittling people, merendahkan, and then sara. So if that is the case, then you should be aware about your possibility to get arrested by the police. Okay, so you see, you have to read the defamation, fitnah. Okay, mis in harming other people or belittling people, like so ed kacung wiyahu. So it's also called defamation. It can be perendahan martabat, something like that. Okay, you have to be aware about that one. Something like threat. So why don't we just, yeah, something like using the word kill or attack or bumiangus, something like that. So there is any threat can be considered uh, uh, breaking the law. So again, so the borderline is there are many aspects on the law you have to consider. Something like the one that I mentioned before. And also the most important thing is if you want to criticize things, then you have to give fact and solution. It's as simple as that. So without abusing other people. But if you want to be more, if you want to be stronger with your language, then you can use repetition. Okay, repetition in the words, so repetition in discourse. You can share with your idea, your discourse with other people, and then there are repetition there. So there's also a weapon to do something, right? It's not only abusing or harming other people. Okay, uh, repetition is one stylistic to use in a poem. Okay, to get the meaning to the reader. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Maria.
Okay, thank you, Prof. It's a great answer from you. Well, dear participants, considering the times, this is a very interesting topic to be explored on the sessions, but our time is limited. So let me take the concluding points for this presentation. First, we must realize that language violence and crime are manifested in verbal and non-verbal forms. Language violence can be part of crime. From linguistic perspective, language violence and crime can be analyzed in phonology, semantics, syntax, pragmatics, and discourse. The linguistic analysis may combine micro and macro aspects of the language. For common peoples, we must be aware that language violence and crime are potentially produced by people in digital era. So we must be careful in using language, particularly on social media. And the last, in education context, the case of language violence and crime can be used as authentic materials to promote students' language awareness. Dear participants, those are the key points of this great presentation, contributing and inspiring ideas from Prof. Pastike on this session. And the last part, the last agenda is certificate awarding as the appreciations of the committee. Hello, Prof. Are still on the screen, Prof?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for the certificate. Thank you very much for your
Thank you, Prof.
nice
Thank you, Prof. Nice and great
conclusion.
presentation.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for the participants for your great questions to Prof. Pastike. We learned much from this presentation. See you, Prof, for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Tobias.
Yeah, thank you.
As a moderator, thank you, participants, for your nice question. Thank you.
Prof.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the committee, we would like to apologize for a bit of the delay that we had earlier. And thank you very much to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Iwayan Prastika, MS, for the insightful presentation. And also thank you for our moderator, Dr. Tobias Gunas, for expertly guiding the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now hope that you are ready for our second keynote session of the day. For this session, I'm pleased to welcome our moderator, Dr. Gabriel Freddy Dar, SS MPD. Dr. Freddy will introduce our next distinguished keynote speaker. So Dr. Freddy, the screen is yours.
Good morning, Ibansi. I want to make sure
Morning.
you have joined or not. Okay.
I'm here.
Thank you, Ibansi.
Only I just wake up. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here.
Okay. We are sorry to wake you up.
No problem. I'm just worried about my neighbor. Maybe I will be okay. No worries. Go on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, keynote speakers, fellow scholars, and participants of the 5th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Culture. It is an honor for me to serve as the moderator for the session titled Reverse Mission to a Secular Country, Indonesian SVD Missionaries in the Netherlands. This session provides a unique opportunity to reflect on the changing geography of faith, identity, intercultural dialogues. Particularly, this session explores the motivation and contextual factors underpinning the deployment of SVD missionaries to the Netherlands, contribution, struggle, achievements, and impacts of their presence. And to address this topic, now we are truly fortunate to welcome our keynote speaker for this session, Ibu Dr. Francisca Bidawati, a renowned scholar whose academic dedication bridges literature, cultural, and religious studies. With her profound expertise and critical insight, she will shed light on the theological, sociocultural, and historical dimension of this reverse mission phenomenon. Ibu Dr. Francisca is a senior lecturer at the Universitas Katolik Indonesia, Santu, Paulus, Ruteng. She obtained her doctorate in interreligious and cultural studies from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. Currently, she is a visiting fellow at KITLV in Leiden, Netherlands. And previously, she was a Fulbright grantee serving as a visiting fellow at Hartford International University in the USA in 2024. And she also worked as a visiting researcher at BRIN Indonesia in 2023. And in 2019, she served as a professional on-demand visiting fellow in the USA. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, now please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker for this session, Ibu Dr. Francisca Bidawati, to deliver her keynote speech. Okay, Ibu, the time is yours.
Thank you so much. So can you hear my voice clearly?
Okay, Ibu, your voice is clear.
Can you hear me? Okay. Let me share my screen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm thrilled to be presenting from the Netherlands in this forum. And first of all, a warm and heartfelt thank you to you, my wonderful moderator today, Pa Ferdi. And before diving into my presentation, let me take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to the ICHELAC committee for inviting me as one of the keynote speakers. It's truly an honor to be here with all of you today. And I also deeply appreciate Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng for its long-standing tradition of hosting international seminar, bringing scholars and thinkers together year after year. And of course, a big thank to you each and everyone of joining this session, whether you are in the campus or turning in via Zoom. I truly appreciate your presence. And I think I am especially excited to introduce my presentation title, as you can see in the screen, Reserve Mission to a Secular Country, Indonesian Iswidi Missionaries in the Netherlands. This research is part of a much larger study that I'm currently working on here in the Netherlands. What I'm sharing with you today is like a small piece of that much bigger puzzle. And I must give a special shout out to Kate Elfe Leiden for their support. Without their invitation and backing, this research wouldn't have taken shape the way it has. And since this is a still ongoing research, I truly welcome your thoughts, insights, and feedback throughout this session. Your perspective will be invaluable in shaping and refining my work. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's start by background. Today, the Netherlands signs as one of the world's most secular countries. As you can see on the screen, a host fascinating study confirms that broadly secular status. There are so many studies here. But what does it really mean to be a secular country? It goes far beyond just a simple absence of religious influence. It's actively shaped both political aspect and also our social cultural fabric here. And let's break it down and explore what this means for the society. For political aspect or landscape, in a secular state like the Netherlands, the government and religion operate in separate spheres. Here what it means. First is clear separation. The government doesn't use religious values to shape its policies. It runs on laws and facts, not faith. Then neutral education. Public schools don't include religious education in their regulation. Education stays focused on like universally accepted subject. Then equal treatment. What does it mean? Religious organizations are treated just like any other group. They follow the same rule on everything like tax, working hour, or public accountability, etc. Then fairness for all. Every citizen, whether religious or not, is equal under the law. If someone from any organization, including a religious one, misbehaves, they're held accountable in the same way as everyone. And no financial favors. The state doesn't provide fundings to religious group, which helps political decision free from religious influence. And no implicit influence, which means that the government doesn't ask about or impose any religious affiliation on its citizens, keeping personal belief as a personal matter. You can compare with us in Indonesia. Everybody has to have a religion, and in secular countries, stay out of religion. Matters like the rise or decline of any religion are not the topics for political decision making. They remain outside the state jurisdiction. And we can say in short that the political framework here is all about keeping government decision based on rationality, reason, equality, without any religious string attached. This is from the political side. And what does it mean from the social perspective on secularism? Let's explore more how secularism saw itself in everyday life. Consider these several points. People aren't obsessed with religion. Most folk simply don't fuss over religion matters, present or not overpowering. And religion is a private matter. Whether you follow a religion or not is not your own business. It's personal and you get to choose what feels right. And of course, questioning religion can be taboo. I think we also taught by our English teacher, don't ask religion to bule, something like that. Sometimes people see challenging or probing religious beliefs as being a bit of limits. For example, if someone asks churchgoer, why they miss service? Why didn't you go to the church last week? Even if the priest or a sister asks the people, maybe they will say, what is it to you? What's your matter? Like something like that. And respect for personal belief is key. In the society, everyone's conviction are off limit of meddling. Imagine if someone tried to tell you how to believe, that wouldn't fly. In fact, interfering with someone's faith can lead to legal consequences. And then we ask, what about moral and ethical values rooted in this society? Instead of learning on religious dogma, most people base their ideas on right or wrong on civil values, humanism, rule of law, and everyday like justice or fairness. Think about that. What really guides your decision? It's a set for personal secular principle like fairness, rationality, and common sense, something like that. And freedom to choose your moral path, whether you build your moral compass from religion, personal experience, or blend of ideas, you are free to do so. And if you feel inspired to start or to create a new religious movement, a new religion, that's your business too. As long as you choose, don't disturb the peace or break the law, it's all on you. No one's going to label your beliefs as like deviant or salah or pagan or what we call I don't know, I forgot the word in Indonesia, unless your action across into criminal behavior. In short, in secular country, your belief, whether they lean on religion or civic principles, are your own. The community and the law respect the personal choice and keeping interference to a minimum. Then, all right, let's dive into some eye-opening statistic about religion in Netherlands. what's the big picture you can see on the screen. The Netherlands is home to around 18 million people. According to the data from 2022, on those age 15 and above, usually they only counted people, person over 15 years above, check out on this screen. The majority of Dutch people here are striking 67.2 of don't identify themselves without any religion. So it's they say no religion. That's over half the population choosing a secular lifestyle, it means. And who's keeping the faith? Among those with religious affiliation, here's the breakdown. Catholic is the highest one, pack about 18.2%. Protestants follow with 13.2%. Other religions, so many religions, small religions, make up like 5.9% percentage, and Islam accounts for 5.6 percentage. That's the big picture. All right. In addition to a secular characteristic, there is another thing, the phenomenon of being the church in the Netherlands. Think about this in a way. Many people who used to be active in Christian congregation and are now choosing not to attend church regularly. In fact, among people over 15 who still consider themselves religious, for all Christians, including Catholic, about only 12% go to service at least once a month. And here's a kicker. The Catholic tend to be at least regularly, which only about 7 to 10% showing up on a routine basis. For many families, tradition like baptism, first communion, or confirmation have shifted from being expression of a religion life to cultural custom. So if a parent bring their children for baptize, it's not always a matter of religious belief, but a custom, because also their grandparent or their parent brought them in the last time. And could be maybe the first when they attend and they cannot come back. And also the same for children who wants to get a first communion. They will come to the church. They will be prepared by Paris, maybe two days, like a few hours, 2 days, and they will receive first communion, and after that, no more. Maybe they will come, we don't know. So the tradition like baptism, communion, first communion, confirmation, it's sometimes for many people are considered as cultural. And how about Catholicism in Netherlands? Yeah, as we show before that it's the second majority after the non-religion. Since the mid of 20th century, and especially from 1970s onward, the Catholic Church in Netherlands has seen a big shift. Its number on active member and overall influence had steadily declined over the years. Look at this part. 2012, 25.6, and now only 18.2%. Let's break down the current picture. So there's a steadily decline. Current data show a steady drop in religious affiliation. Among those who identify as Christians, only 7 to 10%, I mentioned previously, attend service on regular basis. Many may say, yes, I'm Catholic, but I don't go to church every week. And over in the southern Netherlands, at small towns and villages far from the urban cities of the north, still having strong Catholic roots, sometimes up to 24% of the local population are Catholics. Maybe like in Indonesia, when we say Eastern Indonesia or East Nusa Tenggara, Catholic. So it's southern identify as Catholic. And moreover, there's like aging demographics. What does it mean? Most of the active churchgoers are older local residents. This raised an important question as if they, like in 10 or 20 years, what will become the Catholic Church in this religion if the older will go to heaven, something like that. And right now there are 7 dioceses, as you can see on the screen. And some people I interviewed, the common people, they say that maybe in the coming years, the number will be reduced as parishes also been closed or merged here. Some suggest that probably will be 3 or 4 dioceses left maybe in 10 years. And how about parish and other pastoral centers? Yeah. All right, I'll see focus to the parish and pastoral centers. Fewer centers and more mergers. Data from like GC Catholics show that a clear drop in the number of parishes and pastoral center. Many of these communities have merged into one larger congregation led by a single pastor and supported by like a church council. Look in 1990 and now here in 20, this is the latest data can I get, but according to people I interview, I made, because I interview many for my research, but for this one, it's not only the SVDs or for this presentation. And they said that if we talk about church, they always say, oh, we are in fusion. They always say fusion. Fusion means in Indonesia, merger. So merger paroki. If in Indonesia we extend paroki or parish, here people are busy with the merger process of parish. It's not just about having fewer people. Merging helps also cut costs too. Who will pay? Think about expenses for salaries, electricity, maintenance, water, and more. So when the number is reduced, it can economically pay for the things. And the question is, what happens to the old buildings, all the buildings of the church? So what do we do here? What the people do here with those remaining parish building? Some get sold or repurposed, so they sell it to people, and sometimes a government might step in, turn them to monuments or a historical place. There are many churches already taken by the government or bought by the government to be monuments or managed as historical sites. In other cases, private buyers also can buy it. They can transform the church into a cozy cafe or a place of sport or even for house or whatever. And on occasion, this building also find new life as places for other faiths. So other faith also can buy church. And I once visited Den Haag. Here is the picture of one church. I took that picture that has been used for, look, you can see there here, used as a sport, wall climbing. This is I don't know how to say it. It's facilities for person who want to climb as a sport. And this is the old church. You can see the buildings, and another sides of corner of the building. If you can see here, there are two like Jalan Salib. But now in front of that there's a table with chairs, because and there's like a board, because it's changed to be a cafe. So, and I took it from far away, quite far. This is the church, and this is the main building. And probably in the past, this building next to or close to the church, probably pastoran, something like that, or the house of nuns or priests, because a lot and now are transforming into or used by people as like apartment. And the same is true for like religious orders. The number of the members is declining. There are barely any religious calling, and many members of the orders are like waiting because they are so old, waiting for their death, and they reside in nursing homes, not in biara anymore, referred to as a guest house. Because if you are old here, you cannot stay like just in your house. You have to be treated as very special under professional treatment and house. And the order specific works such as schools, hospital, or orphanages owned by the order, etc., no longer exist. They were closed a long ago. So only very few orders here who has still their own specific works like usually school notes, but usually like house for retreat. Many properties have been sold, and some monasteries have sold all their assets, and now they rent houses for residents. I interviewed one non-congregation, and they said that we don't have any house anymore, because we sold maybe more than 50 houses, and now we rent apartment for living, because only 3 of us or 5 of us here, and it's very expensive if we have one big house like in the past. And certain orders are prepared to be dissolved, and with the transfer of assets underway. So other restructuring the status of Dutch orders, like in biara, in congregation, usually they have geographical administrative, like province, region, and communities. In the past, usually that was a province, and they restructure to be like a region or maybe only communities. And the same is true for seminaries, which have significantly declined. Religious orders no longer have formation house, because they have no salon anymore. Only diocesan major seminaries remain, but with a very few number. And even it is uncertain whether they will ultimately become priests or not, because they are still candidates. Yeah, that's the situation of Europe, in particular in Netherlands. And let's move to this screen. Interestingly, that the trends in secularism and the phenomenon of leaving the church in Europe are, we can say, somewhat different from what we have seen in Asia, Africa, and Latin America over the past few decades. In this context, we can see these colors. We may divide divide the world into two regions, the North and the South. The North refer to European countries, including America, even Australia, and while the South encompasses Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And let's take a look at 2022 statistic, which the Vatican just released in this year, in 2025. The number of baptized Catholic has increased globally. So the number of Catholic people in the world rising about 1%. And because Africa recorded an increase of 3%. And America and Asia also recorded significant growth in the number of Catholics, 0.9 and 0.6 in Africa and Asia. And Europe saw situation of stability and sometimes tend to low. And the global number of priests here, the global number of priests compared a year before, there's also decreased actually. And how about professors religious? Africa was the continent with the largest increase in religious. It increased about 1.7%. And they were followed by Southeast Asia, also with an increase of, even though it's only 0.1%. And South and Central America saw a decline. It's not increase, but decrease of 2.5%. And Oceania minus 3.6, Europe minus 3.5, and North America minus 3%. And also the seminarian, Africa was the continent that saw the highest number of seminarians. And it was followed by Asia, then the America and Europe, whole Europe, and Oceania. And Oceania is the lowest one. Oh, second. So, the divergent growth between global South and North has sparked a new trend in mission called reverse mission. It is a shift where mission activity is now flowing from South back to North. In the past, European countries, including Europe and America, used to be the ones sending out missionaries. But today, the situation has reversed, and they are now welcoming missionaries from the South, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. In the past, we usually heard a slogan like, from West to Rest, dari Barat ke seluruh dunia, but now is reversed. And there was a time when Asia, Africa, and Latin America were considered as mission field. For the Dutch, for the Netherlands, Indonesia was their mission field, but now Europe has taken on that status. Europe is now as mission field. And this phenomenon of reverse mission has captured the interest of many experts. As you can see, I took some experts who explore about this subject, like Burgos, Hennes, Mengion, and Moorman, and etc., as you can see on the screen. And they built deal courses on the motivation, the effectiveness, the impact, challenges, adaptation, or research, or accommodation, or communities, or connection. And my study is part of that field, and I'm focusing specifically on the work of Indonesian SVD's missionaries in the Netherlands. And this research delves into River's mission by asking several questions. Number one is, what are the motivation and contextual factors underpinning the deployment of SVD missionaries to the Netherlands? Number two, what are their works, contribution, struggle, achievements, and impact? And how do their mission frame the study of River's mission? And sorry, I need. And for this study, I use a qualitative approach. Data was collected through interviews with 5 of 9 Indonesian SVD missionaries, also with some Indonesian Catholics. Then document analysis, observation of their activities and parishes. Here are some of my activities. This is one priest from Manggarai, from Anam, who's been here for 21 years. And this one is from Timor. He's been here since 2016. And this parish led also one Swedish member from Bogor, something like that. And what's the findings? The first one is the context behind River's mission. My findings begins by exploring why the River's mission emerged. SVD is in Netherlands, much like broader Catholic Church, has experienced also a decline in membership and internal activities. Secularism has dramatically reshaped their work. Local missionaries are very few. They say maybe only 20, and the youngest one in 80s year old. You can imagine, and they don't have seminaries anymore. Numerous formation houses have been sold out and closed long time ago. And today we are even calling on missionaries from Global South, countries like Philippines, Africans, and even Indonesia to come and to serve here. And they always concern on secularism impact to their orders and congregation. And look at this screen, the Rashomon turning point. As they always questioning about the continuity of their order, in 1980s, there was a meeting of European general, like high level of SVDs in Iris, and they produce what they call as a Rashomon document. And on that document, they said that Europe is designated as a mission territory. So starting from 1980s, for SVD, Europe was considered as a mission field right now. And they don't let the SVD in European diet. Then they want to send missionaries, or they invite missionaries from South countries, and they try to find new opportunity in the mission. And for our knowledge, when we talk about SVD in Indonesia, for example, they have so many works like schools, boarding house, and even they work in a development program like building house, road, and etc. But in Netherlands, they don't have that. They didn't have that. They only have a formation house to educate seminarians to be missionaries to abroad. So only for mission house and seminarians they have. So they try also to find new opportunity in this secular situation. And they decided that reverse mission is a must. Then they invited people from Asia and Africa, and Asia, as I mentioned, mostly from India, Filipina, and Indonesia. And right now, Indonesia is the most one, yeah, and also India, then Filipina. And they also, as I said, that before they didn't have works other besides only seminarians, but since 1995 until now, they try to find new mission strategy, and including also inviting Indonesian missionaries. And since 1995, I think the first missionary in Indonesia came to Netherlands. There are 11 missionaries, but two of them already left the Netherlands, and now there are 9 Indonesian missionaries. They're living in 7 communities, both in South and North. At first, the SVD mostly had the house in the South, but when they open new mission strategy, they start to work in the North. North in Netherlands means like city, but South considered as a village or small town. And let's see what they do. The work they do, their ministry unfold in several dimensions, like pastoral communions. Usually, the Indonesian came for the first to support their senior SVD college. So this isn't just assistance; it's like what I call a heartfelt act of service and gratitude toward SVD Netherlands, which once planted the seed of faith in the SVD in Indonesia. And their presence, the Indonesian missionaries' presence, is a living testament that the past effort have borne fruit, and symbolizing a beautiful also connection between child and mother. So Indonesian missionaries consider themselves as children, and they see the senior here as a mother. And what they do, they talk and they celebrate mass and they listen and they companion the elderly SVD priests. And they don't live together in the same community, because the Indonesian works in other communities. And as I mentioned before, in Netherlands, you cannot live just in your house. If you are all in if you are senior, you have to work in rumah jompo, yeah, or and you should be taking care of professional person who lead you, like and they work as very in professional way. And other works of the Indonesian missionaries is like charitable social work. When new missionaries first arrive, before they embark on parish duty, they will work like as a volunteer with local social foundations, not directly affiliated with the SVD. They lend a hand by cooking or shopping, washing dishes and cleaning homes, and whilst also offering a compassionate ear to those who facing like loneliness and poverty, usually among migrant communities. Let me tell more about this. If you can imagine, when the missionaries first come, they could not directly work in the parish. to work in Paris or in pastoral, they have to follow many rules in Netherlands as part of like a citizen or people here. And it means that even though you are a pastor, you cannot work in Paris directly. And like some pastors, some Indonesian pastors say that you can imagine our struggle for the first. We didn't have work. Kami tidak ada kerja, kami nganggur, because we just talk with people, and then that's why they apply to be a volunteer. Jadi mereka melamar jadi volunteer to work in like social charitable social work. So there's like a foundation or yayasan who has who offers helps for migrants or for poor people. And what do the missionaries work? They help cooking, like cooking soup. And Father Marianus, for instance, said, I cook soup 4 years, only cooking soup, like 3 days a week or something like that, and then feeding them and also talk with them. And those who came to the yayasan, to the central, not Catholic usually. They came from many religions and even non-religious. And after some times in Netherlands, after like when they can speak Dutch good, and they have good affiliation with Paris, they may then service Paris, and usually starts by assisting as a parish pastor, not a pastor paroki, but like not pastor pembantu, because in Indonesia pastor pembantu means you have a certain place to work, but they just helping hands to help Paris. And after sometimes they then evolving into joining full parish pastoral team. Here there is like council called as parish pastoral team, and in that team it could be pastor and also could be lay people, like what in Indonesia maybe dewan. And interestingly, there's some places where awam catechist is the leader of the parish, not the pastor. And he or she could lead prayer like every week, and like Pater Marianus say, you can imagine I attend a prayer leading by catechist, while I couldn't lead as a pastor, because it's not the time. I have to be appointed to do that, something like that. And and now even when and for some eventually now being entrusted as parish pastor. So there are some Indonesian SVD missionaries now as a parish pastor. And for in the context of Netherlands, being appointed as a parish pastor is very significant and challenging milestone. It demands proven competence and time. So it's not just like in Indonesia, you just ordain and this is parish for you. No, not like that in Netherlands. And another work is interfaith and intercultural dialogue. They actively engage in building bridges among different faiths and cultures, and fostering spaces for open dialogue and mutual understanding. And the most famous one is a categorical pastoral care for Indonesian Catholic community. There are, this is perhaps most notable, they provide tailored pastoral support to the Indonesian Catholic community across the countries. And right now, probably there are like 8 Indonesian Catholic families. They say Keluarga Katolik Indonesia, KKI, and all the Indonesian pastor have been the moderator, and they serve them like in one place. They have regular mass in Indonesia. I also joined several times, like twice a month, and they will rent a church. They make a sewa gereja because church is very expensive to manage here, so you can just use it freely. No free lunch even for mass. So you have to rent a church like at 2 o'clock, because usually there's a mass for local parish in the morning or at the afternoon. Then you can rent like at 2 o'clock. Then Indonesia do that. Then they pay and they will gather and they will have Indonesian mass. And for that one, the SVD's missionary responsibility are so big, because in addition to mass, they also serve many other categorical pastoral for them, like preparing baptism for the children and first communion or retreat or recollection or other social activities, or visiting those who are sick and everything. And you know, by the coming of by this Indonesian KKI, Indonesian Catholic communities, I see the different shapes of Catholics in Netherlands, because they are very active and creative. And sorry. The missionaries tell us that being a missionary in Netherlands is incredibly tough. It's not easy one. Back in Indonesia, everything falls into place easily. Same language, culture, tradition, and deep respect for priests. Here, everyone is equal. So there's no like a feudal that priest is higher than people or something like that. No, and a vibrant, active, and active Catholic Church in Indonesia. But in the Netherlands, it's completely different story. They have to master new language, adapt to a culture. They can even clash with Catholic values due to pervasive secularism, and adjust to a church environment with tradition and work dynamics that are worlds apart from those in Indonesia. And initially, their biggest hurdles was simply unemployment, as I said. You can think 1, 2 years or 3 years, they didn't do many works, while they were in Indonesia, they were very busy with a lot of work. So they really struggled to find work. And one person is not SVD's one, but another order, because I interview 15 orders, not only SVDs, for my bigger research. They say you could imagine saya bangun pagi lihat dinding lalu makan, dan ini lihat dinding, I didn't have any works, special works, only learning and something like that. And now talking with the elderly and something like that. It took a long time before they could secure position in pastoral ministry, as I mentioned before. And believe me that the journey was anything but easy, not easy at all. Some of them said that we were very, very stressed, and many of them say we wanted to go home because there are so many works in Indonesia. But if you have a brave heart and you learn more, then you can have a better position here, like they have right now. And reflecting on all these efforts, a few key points emerge emerge about the Reverse Mission. So this is like reflection and interpretation on Reverse Mission. The first one, revitalization through Reverse Mission. So this movement isn't Reverse Mission is just about isn't just about outrage. It's a strategic to effort to breathe new life into order in decline. It's also a profound expression of gratitude to the predecessors who built the foundation. And there's a unique mother-child bond. So the historical connection between Netherlands and Indonesia is exceptionally strong, almost like parents and kids. The mother, Netherlands, that one nurtured the SVDs, and now the Indonesian find renewal through these returning children. And, or in other words, initially the Dutch provided everything to these missionaries. When they arrive with empty hand, later they grow stronger. They can stand on their own feet and in the Netherlands. Because, you know, one issue for the missionaries is about salary. In Netherlands, you cannot get salary if you don't work in a professional way. If you work just like a volunteer, there's no salary. So it's also hard for them because they're feeling that we are fit by other. And from what? From where? From the pensions, dari gaji pensiun the seniors. And but when they got jobs like pastoral parish, they are considered as a professional worker in Netherlands, and they deserve for professional salaries. And at that position, they feel good because, you know, when we are growing older and we are fed by other, we feel ashamed. But when we when we are autonomous, we will feel better even in the situation of mission. And another reflection or analysis that the internal structure of the SVD makes this reverse mission possible, because, you know, there's established a network that facilitates smooth movement. The characteristic of order, which is universal and transnational, help the reverse mission go smoothly. And also adaptation to the local environment becomes easier thanks to prepared missionary field. And however, reverse mission is a guarantee. It depends on personal creativity, the strength of internal support, and the resilience of the individual missionaries. For the Dutch church, the contribution of the missionaries can be significant. So this is the impact of SVD's missionaries to the Dutch Catholic Church, that their contribution can be significant. And at the present, the Netherlands offer material and financial support, while Indonesian mostly contribute strong human resources. And I come to the end. To wrap it all, and I can say that the reverse mission of Indonesian SVD to the Netherlands is now defining element of the order and the church. And internal challenges within the order have driven these missionaries. Revitalization is essential for survival. And this is for the research for new opportunities in society is vital. The order lives by its works. Without them, its future is now doubt. So it's very interesting that many Indonesian SVD's missionaries open new opportunities for being a parish priest, which is never happened before in Netherlands. And the deep historical connection between the Netherlands and Indonesia plays a critical role in this mission. And of course, mission work in Europe isn't easy. Mission face challenges with language, culture, secular values, and different work system. So, will SVD Netherlands continue to thrive? This is a big question, not only for this research, but also for the SVD here in Netherlands. What does the future hold? And right now, Indonesian missionaries are vital. They bring fresh energy and perspective, earning praise from Dutch bishops. But in a market governed by supply and demand, if the needs remain high, these missionaries will continue to be essential. But if they can create lasting demand within the community, then the mission will flourish, something like that. Otherwise, like many traditional congregation base, it may eventually fade away. I think that's all, and thank you, Super Bidang, and dank you from Netherlands. Halo, Pak Ferdi, I give you.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Anse, for your insightful and inspiring presentation on this topic. And I'm really sure that many participants are very curious to ask some questions dealing with the topics that you have presented. Yeah. So now we come to the question and answer session, and this session will be split into two parts. The first part, I will invite 3 participants to raise direct questions. And before you ask your question, please mention your name and your affiliation. And for the second part, I also will give the opportunity to other participants, 3 participants, to ask a direct question. Yeah. It's fine. Okay. All right, there is one participant who would like to ask question here. Miss Desak Jenny. Yeah, come on.
Thank you very much. What a nice presentation, Miss Francisca. I'm Jenny. I'm from Undiksa University, University of Ganesha, Bali. That's a really a pity that language has become diminished in Netherlands. What I'm interested is how does the secularism affect the provisions of social services in the Netherlands, and is there any like a place for faith-based organization in this secular for welfare states, or maybe should the states take full responsibility for the social service because you said that before you said that many missionaries helps other people, for example like marginalized people, to help with their lives in Netherlands. So that kinds of social service says if the religious is diminished, is there still any place for the faith-based organization in the scholarly field? Or maybe the country take the responsibility of the social services? That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Jenny, for your question. Yeah. Ibu Dr. Ansi, is the question clear? You may directly address
So
the
I
question.
answer directly, or you collect like 3 questions first, or something like that?
You can
Should I answer
directly.
directly? Okay. Thank you, Jenny, and nice to see you in Zoom. And what I understand from your question is who provide like social charitable work in Netherlands, and based on my knowledge and what I talk with the missionaries and people in Netherlands here, there are so many called as foundation, yayasan who provide social support for those who are in need, and they have many branches and they have many activities, and they can work together with parish. It could be one possibilities, or other religious institution, or just they themselves, but they invite people from any institution or independent people to be a volunteer. And mostly the church who has a long history with social charitable works, as you know, as we know that in the past in Netherlands, Catholic and Christian, or Christian and Catholic, has had many social institutions to help people, like including the professional ones, such as education institution, or even hospital or clinic or something like that. But when all of their institution have been closed in the past, they continue, but not running their own work, but they join with the yayasan or foundation. It could be created, or it could be belong to the pemerintah, government, or just the foundation, and they invite volunteers to work there. And as I mentioned before, that in Netherlands, many appreciate that Netherlands people are very good and humanistic. They open their heart easily to help people by providing many things, like support, foods and money and donation and everything for those who are in need. And mostly they are, as you can see, the statistic are not a religion people, but they offer their hand to help by giving donation, and also by giving their own self to work. But usually working in yayasan like that is not a full-time job. So everybody still have their own work, but they take like one day a week or 2 days a week for those who are not too busy to help. And in the case of my study with the missionaries, not only the SVDs, but many foreign missionaries, once before they have fixed professional work, usually they will work in as a volunteer and to help, like to cook, to buy fruit, on, or just to pick the food from food sale bank. So mostly the institutions could be belong to the government and also yayasan. There few is belong to religion, but the religion very support, because you know, they use, or not mostly, they also use a church or halls building of belong to the church as the central. Or so in the past, maybe the church has a big hall, not really big. Then they will use the hall to as the central for the social charitable. So people come like every Khamis, Thursday, they come and pick up food. They pack the food, and before they going home, they will serve tea and coffee and sometimes lunch, and the volunteers cook for them. And many of our Indonesian missionaries, not only SVDs, help there and work there like twice a week, something like that. And even like the sister, SPS sister, they not only work like 2 days, sometimes 4 days. Even though the house is open for 2 days a week or only 1 day a week, but you have to buy foods, many foods in another day. You have to organize the food in another day because a lot, and it can takes like 4 days. So if they don't have professional work, what I say, what is mentioned as professional work is that you got salary from the work, but as a volunteer, no. Sometimes they have like tipping from the organization, like for they said money for bus, something like that, or for transportation. So there are what we call in Netherlands is stitching. Stitching is a non-profit foundation to support those in need. And who are the people who are people coming for that? And we say, Netherlands is a rich country. How could those poor people? Is there any? Yes, there are because who people consider receive like salary under certain, I don't know under which, maybe 1,000 and something, or maybe below 2,000 are considered poor, so they can have more food from the yayasan. And not only for the poor actually who come to the yayasan or stitching, also there are senior people who are old and they live alone. They can still come, and in Netherlands there are so senior who are very autonomous, even though they are like very old, but they still live alone before they really get sick to be treated in a senior house. And then they may have may have friends, so they will come just to talk and to meet people. And that's the task of the missionaries, to talk, to listen, and to accompany them. And this is very significant and meaningful service for those in loneliness. I don't know whether I answer your question or not, and I have to say sorry because maybe I don't go deep on that issues. I've never been observed the yayasan, but I also only heard from interviews. Thank you, Bu Jenny.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Dr. Nancy, for addressing the question from Mrs. Jenny. And now we go to the next question from the participant. I see here Father Ovaldus. Okay, Father, please ask your question to the keynote speaker.
Yes. Okay. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Freddy. Nice to meet you, Ms. Ansi. Very interesting and meaningful presentation. I'm one of the SVD, and I'm grateful to have your presentation about SVD. This year we have 100 years, 150 years, 150 tahun SVD.
Yes.
And it's very interesting that you present this research. Well, my question is very simple. That's regarding the former Dutch missionaries working here in Indonesia. I would like to know whether you met some of them who is still alive, or if not, whether you visited their tombs. And what is your experience, your feelings? Can you share us on this aspect? Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Father. I miss you. It's very nice to see you here on screen. And you know, when I'm writing this piece of paper about SVD, my mind is connected to you, and I miss you. And okay, and thank you for deliver one question, and it's interesting question. You know, I've been here. This is my second month. No, not second month. And during the first month, I did interviews with 23 persons, people, and unfortunately, and all of them are Indonesian, not the former Dutch missionaries. But I sent email to Father Casmas. Maybe your what? Your ex-lecturer in Ledalero.
Okay,
because
thank
he
you.
thought that he emailed me that he taught in Ledalero 50 years ago.
Yes, yeah.
Father Christmas. So far, and I promised to meet him because you know I'm living in the north part. Leiden is in the north part, and SVD's old house in the south. It's quite far away, like 3-4 hours by train, or maybe more by train from my city. And I also not promise, I also said, because he invited me to come, and I say, Father, I try to find time to meet you in his in south, in style, or maybe in was I forgot. I think he's in style. It's quite far away, and for the first second months here, I only concentrate in my own house and office. And after presenting this piece of research today, and also I have another seminar next week, but it's not about SVD but about Indonesian missionary. So I have one seminar. So I was so busy. I've been so busy to prepare that I haven't had time to visit too far, because if I go to the Styler, at least I have to stay one night there probably. But I have contacted with Father Casmas, and by email. By email, and he answered me very well, and I thought he's still in very good condition. I want to meet him because we already like have a appointment with former Dutch missionaries, and I don't know how many are there. According to Pater Marianus, when he came, about 30s, but right now maybe 20, because many of them have already go to heaven. Thank you, Father.
Okay, thank you. Stay safe and God bless you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you, Father, for your question. Okay, we
You're
know that
welcome.
Father Ovardus is a priest of SVD, yeah.
Thank
And
you.
I think that Father also really knows about the context of SVD in Indonesia and also in other country like Netherlands. Yeah. Okay, once again,
Thank
thank you,
you.
Father, for your question. Now
Thank
we
you.
go
You're
to other
welcome.
question. Ibu, there is one question here from Father Ino. His question is, how is Christian religious education or other religions implement in the Netherlands? Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah. Interesting question. Thank you, Romo Ino or Romo Ino. I don't know which one because we have two Romo Ino Dangku or Romo Ino Sutam. May I know?
Romo Ino Sutam.
Oh, okay, Romo Ino Sutam. Hello, Romo. Nice to meet you on screen. As I explained before, that in public school they don't have any religious education because it's secular countries, and I don't know deeply about religious education in other schools. But when we are talking about informal religious education, like for children or for kids, what I got information, what I've got from the Indonesian missionaries, for instance, before First Communion, a parish will have religious education course for the kids and also for the parents. Usually like 3 times, and one time maybe 2 hours, something like that, and a priest or a sister or a catechist will teach them and introduce them into Catholicism. And based on the witness of some missionaries, sisters and SVDs, not only sister and priest, not only SVDs, because I work with other congregation as well. They say that, as I mentioned before, for many local residents, bringing their children to baptism is not only about religious matter, maybe for some, yes, but like a tradition. They were baptized last time, and now they want their children to be baptized. So they will come and they will join the training session before the baptism of their children. And also for the kids, they will come like and special for First Communion, it's longer. It could be 2 months, but once a month they come, once a week they come, and after like 2 months or 3 months they will have First Communion. But many sisters complain that they are not good in Catholics knowledge and tradition, because even when they come for the first time, they don't know how to do tanda salib. So many of them just know how to do tanda salib. They have to learn how to membuat tanda salib, crossing, just before their First Communion, and it's very hard to explain many more about Catholic knowledge and something like that. And so in public school, there's no Catholic religious education, but religious schools, they may have, they may provide education, but infused with like specific values and doctrine. And that's what I know, Father. I don't know many more about that. So that's the information I got from the missionaries I interview with.
Sudah. Yeah, okay.
They have also like they also have like a preparation before confirmation. So baptism, First Communion, and confirmation usually they have to follow some codes. Hello, can you hear? I cannot hear clearly. Hello.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Anse, for addressing the question from Father Ino. Actually, there is a further question from this previous question, Ibu.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next question is, if the state does not take care of it, do parents or religious communities take care of it? What does it look like? Yeah. I think this question is addressing your point of view about this one.
Okay, and as I mentioned before, this is a secular country. Not only does most of people are secular, though then they don't attach to any religion anymore. So what for them, what's the importance of religion, and why should I follow religion, and the implication that I don't need religious education. So I also don't want to bring my kids to the church, and I also don't teach any religion tradition in my house for most of people. But based on the witness or of some missionaries, there are still Catholic families. There are still Catholic families. You know, as the statistics show that Catholic is 18.2% here. It's quite many, or the most one before, but not all the families really have like in Indonesian religious situation inside the family. Maybe there are some. And I met some Indonesian Catholic families, and according to the priest I talked with about, I'm asking about how about Indonesian Catholic families, do they grow their children in Catholic ways or something like that? And some may say yes, they still have a Catholic environment in their house, in particular when the children is still kid. But when the children go to school, and specifically middle school, they may change, because they could bring your children for baptism, but after baptism, it's very rare to see children inside the church. I attended many churches here. I try to change church from weeks to weeks, so to observe, because I go to local church, Indonesian mass and other church here or in other cities. Even I also join mass in another cities, just to compare and to see and to feel how is the Catholic situation as far as I observe when I'm joining that one. Mostly the attenders of the church are the senior. But when we go and when we join the Indonesian mass, some of them will bring their kids, or there's also ajuda from anak muda, which is very rare in local church here. And they say that when you send your kids to the school, and they will receive many insights, not from religious anymore. And you know, here the parents give very much freedom for the kids to change. If the kids say, no, I don't want to go to church, and don't teach me there, and something like that, I think they may consider not to do so. And when they are in youth, that's fully autonomous to decide whether you'll join the church or not anymore. And here there are many Indonesian generation, I mean category of Indonesian people. There are like the first generation who's has already grandchild here, and there are also parents who just come, and also youth who's coming for study and something like that. And for the first generation Catholic, like who's now are in like more than 60 or 70 years old, they brought their children to be baptized, but it's not guaranteed that their children also join the church anymore. And for those parents who has a youth, they also said that we brought our kids to be baptized in the church, but right now they can say, "Mom, I don't want to go to church. I don't want to follow you." Then you cannot force them here. But there are still, I believe, because I attended several mass, whose I saw some parents, mother, father, and even with two kids or two children coming together to the church. But that's on around Easter, maybe because of Easter. On Palm Sunday, it's quite the church quite full because maybe it's a Hari Raya, something like that. And there's also tradition of children's bringing cross, and they decorate the cross, and like a procession of cross by children. And when we ask whether they will come again next week, there's no guarantee for that. So this very different with Indonesian family. You know, in Indonesia, before you were born, you already have religion. So you know your religion before you born, and when you're born, you know that you're Catholic or not. And I show you the statistic. They only consider or when they count the number of religion people, they only count a person above 15 years, because below 15 years you are not considered as an independent person to have a certain religion. In Indonesia, we count old. So if we say that 3% of Indonesia is Catholics, are Catholics, means that from baby to the old one. But in Netherlands, the statistic of religious people is only counted those who are 15 years above. That's what I know from the statistic from their website. Thank you. I saw Calvin, maybe Father Calvin.
Yeah, thank you very much for addressing the question. And I think your answer is very inspiring us. And now there is one more question here. Sorry, there is one more participant who would like to ask the question. Okay, Father Calvin Giovanni. Yeah, please, Father.
Okay. Good morning, Miss Francisca.
Morning, Father. SPD, Father.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and it's nice to see you on screen. And first of all, thanks for the insightful materials. It's quite depressing for me, but yeah, thankfully it presents a huge homework to do ahead for SPD and me personally. It looks to me that the continuity of mission will still be decreasing steadily because all aspects and factors don't seem to give proper opportunity for Catholicism and SVD mission to bear fruit in the years ahead. I'm SVD too, and I've been listening and gaining much of information concerning with SVD mission in Netherlands that has no guarantee to bloom like years back then. But I have a question in the frame of new strategy of mission in Netherlands, and I think in any other secular mission states. Would it be a good step for foreign missionaries, for priests, to have common skills or competences related to civil jobs apart from their role as just a priest, in a way that mission can be translated in a more public involvement? Would it be possible, or is there any political restrictions for a priest to have a side job? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, fathers. Very nice to see you on screen, and good afternoon for you are in Indonesia, and that's very great question. And the question is not only from you, but also from the missionaries here, the possibility of the continuation of their mission here and the order here. And I start from the bigger situation, as I previously explained that in Netherlands, the continuation of religious order itself is a big challenging for them, because there's no formation anymore, no talent, no candidate to be. They don't have a specific house to educate youth to be pastor or priest or sister or nuns, and no more. And then they don't have a youth person to join. That's the first challenge, the biggest challenges when we are questioning about the continuation of the order itself. And as I mentioned previously, that the members of local Dutch order are all they all are very senior, and maybe within 10 years or they will all pass away. And usually we heard like information, oh, this priest died this day, and yesterday there's another sister died, and something like that. Yeah, the first one. And the second one is as my conclusion emphasized that to continue mission here, you have to have something to do, and you have to have a specific word that needed by people or by church. And what is fascinating with the SVD, that in particular the Indonesian SVD's missionaries, that they started a new strategy here by collaborating with Paris. As I mentioned before, in the past, they didn't have Paris here. So they only have a formation house to send missionaries. But starting by the coming of Indonesian missionaries, and when they don't have seminaries anymore here, and they don't teach the candidates, they have to find new opportunity to work. And they have to collaborate and try to work with other ones. And thanks that they are very strong. And your question is how to have that work. Maybe from the pastoral one, before I go to another works, for the pastoral one, the main competencies you have to have is you have to comprehend the local language. because if you cannot speak Dutch, it's very hard to work. How could you serve people with local language if you don't speak their language? So in average, it needs, I interview many religious members. They say it takes about 3 years, 3 years to really comprehend the language. Like 1 year is not, yeah, you just say something little, but after 3 years, maybe you may comprehend that. So you have to really, you have to push yourself within 3 years to have to be advanced in to have advanced achievement in language, local language. So the first one is the language, and the second one, to work here, you have to have visa for working. Yeah, so nobody can work even though your capability is very, very good. But if you don't, if the government don't give you working visa, you cannot work. You can only be a volunteer, and mostly the sisters, like the sister, because they don't have specific job salaries, they will work as volunteers. And for the priests, before they got what you always say, benuming, huh? Benuming is like SK penugasan. And to have to work in Paris, you have SK penugasan. They call here benuming from uskup, from the diocese, and it means that if the diocese should make should know in which way you can get that one. But before that, before you get benuming as a pastor paroki, it's a professional work right now. You have to follow the civil rules to be a worker here. So you can get like a permanent resident card, or you can get green card for working, or the visa for working. Otherwise, you cannot. That's the second for Paris. And the third one is for full-time job in other areas. It depends on your like education background, or depends on your capability. For instance, even though you are working as a nurse in Indonesia, that's the case of some sisters, and you have a nursing certificate, ijazah nurse, you have to go to the the state and to see whether your ijazah is recognized here. Otherwise, you have to study more and take some courses and certificate, and after that you may apply for that kind of job. So for the priests, if they only rely on their sarjana filsafat and theology, it's hard to get another job. Otherwise, they just be a volunteer. So to work at school, work at university, you have to follow many rules. It's not the rules of the church, but it's a civil rule. So the opportunity to work here is very, very hard, I can say. But if you want to do like volunteer, every day people invite you, please come. But they also interview, because they have to make sure that your capability in communication and something blah 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 to join the kerja sosial, something like that. So it's not easy. Like in Indonesia, you can work in press, penerbit, or in magazine office, or in LSM, or in many institutions, but not here. It's not very easy here. That's based on my knowledge. So further, if you are thinking of coming here, prepare that situation. You have to know that situation before. Thank you, Father Calvin.
Thank you, Iwanse, for addressing question from Father Calvin. Actually, we still have one more question in the chat box, Ibu. Let me read for you. I think the question here refers to the things that you have explained in your presentation, but the question need to elaborate more. What are the main challenges faced by Indonesian missionaries when carrying out their mission in a secular country like Netherlands? Yeah. And the last question, how does this research contribute to the field of mission studies or the anthropology of religion? Yeah. Kebu, please answer the question.
Thank you, Pa Ferdi, and thank you for the person who delivered the question, interesting question. As I presented before, that there are so many struggles and challenges faced by Indonesian missionaries, starting from how to comprehend the local language and how to adapt adaptation, how to adapt to the local culture, and how to how to negotiate, or how to accommodate, or how to adapt also to the secular situation of the church here, the local the society here, and also when I asked Father Calvin's questions, how to work here, how to have a job here, those are very challenging and very tough for many missionaries. And some say that there were some missionaries from Indonesia previously, not only from SVD, from other orders who could not stand here, so they choose to go home because that's very tough living here. And also working within different system and situation, both inside the church or outside the church in society, are also challenging. Like one priest, not from SVD, even have very they call as burnout. Burnout is like a mental situation which is very very stressed. He talked to me that Kakak, I was so stressed at that time, then I need like special treatment from psychologists, because I couldn't handle my job as a parish priest at that time. And what is interesting that he said that I was so sad because I involved in selling the church. You can imagine in Indonesia, you sell church or mosque, but here in certain situation you have to do this. And when you are a parish priest, you will go to the pasar, market, not pasar as a place, but you have to send like what iklan advertisement of selling church, because you have to do that. You as a pastor, and you need, and the church is closed, should be closed, and they couldn't maintain anymore. Then it should be sold to the people. And he said that I involved in that situation, and it made me very very stressed. It made me very very stressed. You could imagine, I come from Florida. No, I come from Indonesia, where we are very much have very much respect to the church, and we couldn't do like selling our the worship the house, worship of the worship house, or usually we say the house of the God, but I have to do so. and it make me very stressful. So this is one example of how stress and the challenges the missionaries face here. And in terms of secular values, that's also one big issue for even for me Catholics, and in particular for those working in a parish center like a pastor. You know, in Netherlands, there are so many regulation which is in contradictory with Catholic teaching, like abortion, same-sex marriage, euthanasia, and also the way like marriage institution, which is very different with Catholic values and also Indonesian values. So the law here support abortion, support euthanasia, and support same-sex marriage. And for maybe for the local one, they feel just okay, and because they grew up in that situation. But when you come from other countries with different, you live out different values before, it may be stressful, and maybe you couldn't say. And I met a pastor. He said that my first shock is when I was in the train, I look two handsome men kissing on the train, and I was so shocked. I know before, he said, I know before there's same-sex marriage, but only in my imagination. But when it comes to in front of my eyes, that was my first shock. But then they have to appreciate and to understand the situation here, and people choice, because it's secular countries. That's not only outside the Catholic, but within their community. So they work with lay people, Catholic people who also maybe follow such way, or when they working in Yayasan Foundation, as their friends are living out the secular values, which is very different from them. And I asked one priest, so how about that? How do you perceive that situation, and how do you evaluate your own faith? But he said that we have to be very, very careful talking about that in our homily, in our khotbah. So when we talk about khotbah, homily, the content, try not to judge people, try not to advise your own values, but you just talk about what is God means for us. Don't say, don't do this, otherwise they will be very critical. And one more I didn't mention before, that the Dutch people here are very, very open and direct in criticizing something. So if many priests say to me that when the first time I deliver mass in Dutch language, they said, Father, I didn't understand. What did you say before? You have to learn more, because your Dutch, your language was very bad. They directly say, and they can say, Father, I don't understand why you talk about this on your homily. They will very, and for us in Indonesia, we coming from like respectful and try not to harm people. It's not easy for them to face that kind of situation. Sorry, I don't know whether I answer or not, but that's the point just I can get for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for addressing this question. And due to the time limitation, now we come to the end of the session. On behalf of the conference committee, it is a great honor to present you as a keynote speaker today a certificate of appreciation in recognition of your contribution in this international conference in 2025.
Thank you very much, Pak Ferdi and everybody there. I truly honored to be here.
Thank you, Bu, for sharing your experience and your insightful knowledge in this conference.
Oh, good. Thank
Okay,
you.
Bu, this is the certification of appreciation for you.
No, thank you very much.
Once again, on behalf of the conference committee, we would like to thank you to you as a keynote speaker in this session. And we also would like to thank you to all participants who have participated actively in the keynote speech session and also in the discussion session. Once again, thank you, and may you have a blessed day.
Our sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Francisca Widiawati M. Hum, for sharing her valuable expertise, and to our moderator, Dr. Gabriel Fredidar, for facilitating a very engaging session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have concluded the plenary sessions for the event of the first day. We will now take around 30 minutes break, so please take this opportunity to refresh yourselves. The parallel session will commence at 1 p.m. Central Indonesian Time in the designated breakout rooms in the Zoom. Information regarding room assignments should be available through the committee or the conference platform. There will be 3 breakout rooms, and in each of the breakout rooms, there will be different topics and the assigned moderator as well. So please now take your chance to have a break before we continue to our parallel session at 1 p.m. Thank you. Distinguished participants, we are now reaching 1 p.m. Please note that the breakout rooms for the parallel sessions are now open. Moderators are already in their respective rooms, and please proceed to your assigned breakout room for your paper presentation. Each presenter will have 20 minutes allocated time for both presentation and the question and answer. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Well, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear my voice? Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Afternoon.
All right, thank you. Well, I would like to say welcome to our 5th International Conference on Humanities, Education, Language, and Culture in Break Room 2. Are you ready for the session? All right.
Yes, go on.
Okay, all right. I hope you're ready. And before we begin the session, I would like to ensure that all of our presenters are here and ready for the session. And I will start with the name of the presenter. The first one, Miss Maria Desi Saban. Hello, Miss. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Miss. And then Mr. Muhammad Aswab Mahasin and friends. Hello, Mister. Are you here? Hello, Mr. Muhammad. Are you here? All right, seems like Mr. Muhammad still out of the room, so I will continue with another presenters. How about Mr. Yohanes Tresno Kurnianto and friends? Hello, Mr.
Hello,
Yohanes.
good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Yohanes. Are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, yes.
Good. Thank you, Mr. All right. The next one, I would like to call the next presenter from Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng. Mr. Dirwan Haryanto Jahaman. Hello, Mr. Haryanto. Are you here?
I'm here, Mom.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Miss Teresia Alfianisum. Hello, Miss. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Miss. And then, how about Miss Sylvia? Hello, Miss Sylvia. Miss Sylvia from Universitas Terbuka Tangerang Selatan, Indonesia. Hello, Miss. All right. I think we'll have to move to another presenter. How about Mr. Wiyun Philippus Tangkin and friends? Hello, Mr. Good afternoon. All right, seems like the presenter is still out of the room. And then I have to move to Mr. Marianus Tapung. Hello, Mr. Marianus. Are you here with us? All right. Well, the next one, there is Miss Simfora Sarwini Taluk and friends. Hello, Miss. Are you here with us?
Yes, Miss, I'm here.
All right, thank you.
Recording in progress.